How's it going, folks? We'll be starting in a few minutes. Alright, people! Let's get this show on the road. How's it going, folks? How's it going? How is everyone today? Let's see, we got Bullets, we got the Pony Steve, Gaming, Brandon, Joseph, Bags, hey, Waynes, Fenry, nice to see you here. Honestly, I can actually believe that is true, Steve, with the 850 million, considering how long it was in development for, how many times they restarted it. If you consider all, I think they rebooted that game 4 times. If you consider how many times they did that, and for how many years, I think that game was doing the works for 10 years now? 15 years? That cost is going to spiral. Oh, thank you. Maybe, Wayne, maybe. There's a lot of news when it comes to Ubisoft. But one of them that actually caught my eye was pretty awful. And apparently it's true as well. So we'll get into that soon. I am good, thanks. Fenry. Hey, E-Ranks Hayabusa. Chille! I mean, yeah, Chille. Hey, look, Chille and Steve are here to represent the Pony Brigade. You know, we got to give them credit where it's due. Wait, where is my music? Oh, there we go. They are here to represent. Oh, that ad situation was ridiculous. The double standards was crazy. How was it not the same? It was worse. It was worse. Do you see how he's exposing himself, trying to reflect on others? Oh, Steve. Just embrace your inner pony, my dude. No, I didn't. What was it about, gaming? If you got a link, send it. Yeah, apparently it was a bug, but you know they tried. You know it wasn't a bug. You know they tried it. They pushed it to see what the pushback would be, and then when shit hit the fan, they were like, "Yeah, it was a bug, guys. Yeah, it was a bug, guys. Yeah." It was never a bug. They tried to see how much of that they could push onto their consumers before the camel's back broke. There's just no way that's a bug. I don't find... Look, the ones that splash screen on the front, they've actually been really useful to me. Unfortunately, I've never seen them. But thanks to Twitter, I do. Like, I didn't know that FIFA 25 actually had a 10-hour trial, for example. But I saw that all over posted on Twitter, and I was like, oh. Well, that's cool. So I went and downloaded FIFA 25 to give it a go, to see what it's like. It's still crap, but you know, I didn't know. So it's useful. I just wish they would send me those ads, because I do find them useful. Yeah, Microsoft does that with every first-party game. Every first-party game that gets released, they put it under. So people are aware that this is just released, in case they're not. It's one, you press the B button and it's gone, and you never see it again. I just don't see it. I don't see it as a big issue. Where did you send it? I know some people will find it an issue. I don't find it an issue. Where did you send it? Maybe in here? You sure you sent it to me? I do not see it. Like, anywhere. Suggestions. Okay. Ah, is this like the whole video? Ah, this is 30 minutes long. I'll check this out later. GTA 6 is 60 FPS on PS5 Pro? No way. Maybe if they have the game running at like 50, you know, at 240p, maybe. Maybe at 240p. Dude, Steve, I haven't had a single one. I haven't had a single one. I had a friend reach out to me and say, "Oh my god, they're doing ads again," and he showed me the FIFA one, and I was like, "Ooh, thanks." I didn't know about that one. I didn't know we got a 10-hour free trial. Now I do. Yeah, the reforged gaming video. I mean, on PC they ran at 60. Consoles they ran at 30. I don't think any game in the 90s ran at 30. I mean 60 on consoles. Oh, the tiles? Yeah, we see those every once in a while. I see those. We're talking about the full splash screen. Bags, unfortunately, it's not the same energy, is it? Xbox has an ad once in a while, and everyone loses their mind, and it's the worst thing ever. Sony puts ads on, and yeah, these are great. This is perfect. It's not the same. I'm finally going to get to jump into it tomorrow, Brandon. Tomorrow is the day I finally get to jump into it. You think so? They're not intrusive. They were not intrusive. They're not intrusive. How are they way worse? And? Now you're changing the goalposts for ads? Ads are ads, dudes. Whether it's McDonald's, Burger King, Pizza Hut, Starfield, an ad is an ad. Let's not get stupid now by trying to differentiate, oh, this ad is acceptable and that ad is not acceptable. Ads are ads. Ads are ads. End of story. They're either all bad or all okay. There's no in between. Unless we're talking about waifus. Then we can start to, maybe be a bit okay. My game of the year so far? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Nothing has truly wowed me. Not yet. What? How? It's not like a Gears was available this year. See, I didn't even have to say it, but the fact that you said it, Bags, means that you know exactly that it is double standards. I was just waiting for you to say it. And the fact that you said it means that you agree with me, but you just don't want to say that you agree with me. But that's okay. I don't hold it against you. I haven't played Warhammer yet. I still want to play Warhammer. How's it going, Dubs? Now, Ponies have lost their plot. They're all kind of going crazy at the moment. They've all gone absolutely crazy. I don't know what's got on with them, but they've gone like complete low IQ brain rot dead. I blame the Series S. What you on about? Clearly the Series S is at fault here. They're playing. Nah, after what I'm about to talk today, there ain't a single pony out there with a high IQ. Not ones that believe in this. But I did want to open with something a little bit different today. Byron, my kids are really looking into that at the moment, so I think they might actually stream it in my stead. So it'll be over at Twitch, but it does look like they will be playing that because they've really taken a liking to it. I will dabble in it and give it a shot and see what it's like. I like the fact that they've taken some stuff from Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2, especially the weapon class system. Guild Wars 2 had that system where you could have two different weapons and have two different classes at the same time. 14 had it as a single weapon. But I kind of like... What is that? Oh, it's you. But yeah, I think that's the best way to go forward. I don't like the WoW system. The WoW system where you get one character and you have to build it and then you're done and then you have to create a whole new character and level it up. I don't like that. Oh, Bags is looking for war. Bags is looking for war. I blame Verizon. Steve has Space Marines too. But did anyone see this? This is actually pretty huge. I know some of you or many of you might not actually be streaming or whatsoever on Twitch, but this is actually a really big change. So apparently, raid viewership now counts towards your partnership. This is a big change. And that's got nothing to do with Xbox or PlayStation, but I just thought I'd mention it because this is massive. You've got the Twitch employee coming out. We actually include raids now. We don't want to punish the idea of networking and communities. I think this is really big. This should hopefully help communities a lot within Twitch. Why is my fan dead? But Game Pass is getting a few games this month. Now you got Game Pass Standard about to get MLB The Show and Open Roads. But Ultimate is getting Sifu, Mad Streets, and Inscription. Now a lot of people are saying Inscription is an absolutely awesome game. So I went and got the clip for it so we can check it out because I had no idea what it was. So for those interested, let's have a quick look. It's just a short trailer, but I've never even heard of Inscription. I mean, Seafood's a good game. Not every month is going to be a banger. It's a card-based game? Okay, so why are people... Okay, so it's not a card-based game. This doesn't tell me what type of a game it is. I'm confused. I'm very confused, chat. I don't know what this is. This is confusing. But that is what that was. It looks like a card-based game. It still looks weird though. It's a game chaos? No way! Steve! You've just broken the fourth wall! Sanchez, those don't count, right? Those are good games, so they don't count. then you're on the wrong console, dude. Go get a PlayStation. Or a Nintendo Switch. Or even a PC. You're definitely on the wrong console. You should go and get a PC or a PlayStation. But the Legend of Mana games are pretty cool. If you like RPGs. They've been pushing a lot of RPGs this month. And that's great to see. We've got Fantasio coming out soon as well. That's great. Yeah, Bags, that game has got a lot of good positivity. I even saw Ponies singing its high praise, telling people to play it, which is why I've put it up on here today, because I haven't seen anyone say a single bad thing about it on social media. Everyone is praising it to high heaven. So I know it's an indie game, but who knows, man? Jesse, what do you mean? Microsoft isn't just going into mobile. They are going into everything. They are going to be everywhere. Yeah. I mean, we already know that 16 is coming. Well, I do anyway. I've got my sources, and I've known that it's coming for a while. I'm really curious how this is gonna work on the S though, considering the PS5 had a torrid time of running this. But it'll be interesting to see how this runs on the S. And what resolution it's gonna have to drop down to. Because even on PC, I mean, my PC gets easy 60 FPS plus, but like on a 3070, it still struggles. But yeah, Yoshi has said that they want to release it on Xbox. They are working on it, but they've got no specifics. So Final Fantasy 16 has been in the works for a little while, something that they're slowly working on. But I think optimizing the S is going to be their biggest roadblock. In the event that mobile networks go down, those of you that have a console or a PC or a handheld console will still be able to play your games. But those that rely only on the cloud will not. But if you're talking about, what happens if ISPs go down, well, that's going to be, it's not just gaming that's going to be involved with that. You're talking about all the streaming services are going to go down. Honestly, after playing through 16, like the boss battles look insane. But everything else, I don't really understand why. It's why it struggles so much. It's not even that far advanced, and the fact that the PC version is having optimization issues and they're releasing a number of patches now to fix the PC version tells you that the optimization team just isn't that great. Sorry, too. What do you mean by time frame? I mean, at the end of the day, Game Pass isn't for everyone. It's not going to have every game on there. For me, it's a great deal. For others, it's not. Like, I know a number of people who just don't really do anything in all the first party games they buy anyway, so they've just stuck with the original Xbox Game Pass core so they can get their live access. So if it's not for you, dude, then just downgrade. I mean, networks go down, right? Networks do go down. We've had free go down. I'm on free network, and it went down for like a day. And it's happened with T-Mobile in the UK. It's happened with O2 in the UK. Mobile providers go down. It's just a thing. Byron, yeah, that's because the PS5 can't. So the PS5 runs on a 3.5 gigahertz chip processor, right? But it overclocks to 3.8 when it needs to. It is, through turbo boost. The problem is it can't maintain 3.8 gigahertz. It doesn't have enough cooling inside the machine to maintain that. Final Fantasy 16 was forcing it to stay locked in a 3.8 gigahertz state for longer than it needed to, so it was overheating and shutting the machines down. That's its biggest problem. And one of the biggest issues, it'll be interesting to see if the PS5 Pro actually fixes this. Because if the PS5 Pro doesn't fix that problem, just like the PS5 Basic, it's going to have the same problem. It won't be able to maintain that burst. The Xbox Series X, on the other hand, is 3.8 gigahertz and can boost if it needs to and maintain at that boosted speed as long as it needs to. It's got enough cooling in there to keep it running. So that's actually the difference between the two. Personally, Bags, I play on both. It really depends what I can get my hands on. Bags, Phil has hinted multiple times now that the next Xbox is going to be a PC hybrid. But we'll see what it is in 2026. Why not, Jesse? It's free money. Companies don't have feelings. Companies don't have, allegiances unless you're like a specific in competition. Steam isn't in competition with Xbox or PlayStation. They just get everything. And they know this. So why not open your doors to more customers to make you more money? See, the issue is a lot of people that get flustered about this news are getting flustered because of their feelings towards the news. Business has no feelings. Business is, does this make me more money? Yes. Okay, I'm going to go with this option because it makes me more money. Dubs, I'm referring to having the ability to run Windows apps. It's essentially going to be like a NUC PC. But they will continue for a long, long time, Neo. Ghost of Sushi on Xbox. It'll be interesting to see how that's going to work out. Because if Steam, if it is a PC hybrid where it runs Windows on there as well, then there's no way Sony can stop it. My thing is, if the game runs at 60 FPS, I'll play it on Xbox. If it doesn't run at 60 FPS, then I'll play it on my PC. I'm very sensitive to 30 FPS, I don't like it. I mean, yes, Jesse, but at the end of the day, Gabe likes money. Gabe doesn't like feelings, he likes money. And if the proposition will make him money, he will take it. It's really that simple. Because that PC gamer isn't going to go to Steam and buy it for a PC. That console gamer is going to stay as a console gamer. Now, if he can broaden his horizon and say, right, there's a whole market there for us to capitalize on, it's a good business move, right? And that's what it comes down to. It's all about money. I mean, look at it. Siren, their game that's being rebooted for the PS5, that is going day and date on PC. A single player game going day and date on PC. Something Herman Holt said would never happen. There's also rumors now flying around that Ghost of Yote might be day and date on PC as well. Because it's just more money. There's not enough people on consoles buying the games. So they need to open up that avenue to make more money. Because games cost a lot of money to make. He does. He does, Dubs. At the end of the day, for console users, like for PlayStation and Xbox, PC is an untapped market. Right? That's like a market that they haven't really broken into yet. And it's just, there's so much opportunity there for growth. Growth means money. So they are going to try and push that as much as possible. But they're going to push it in their own way. I mean, 4D is time, right? How do you plan to stop time? But you got Jez here as well. Do you remember 6 months ago I said it was coming and whatnot and no one believed me? It's gonna happen. It's going to happen. I mean, games like Vampire Survivors made so much money, it's crazy. And that game was selling for £3-4. And that's a 2D game, retro graphics. It's like, where is it? Any trailer for this? All right, here we go. Like this game here, purely 2D, but this made millions and millions and millions of, you know, dollars in revenue. This ain't 3D. It's all 2D. And yet games like this that people call trash are making ridiculous amounts of money. So it doesn't matter if a game is 2D or 3D. It just depends. All that matters is if the game is good. If it has good replay value, if it has a good story, good gameplay. In the end, that's all that really matters and what people are looking for. The graphics have hit a certain point now where trying to get better is just going to give you, you know, minimal returns. Can't think of the word I'm looking for. And yet it made more money than most games out there in this day and age. So you may laugh at it, but it's made a shed load of money. So apparently Microsoft have this research division set up. Not really sure what's going on with it, but it looks like they're now going to developers and publishers and looking for reasons as to why they're not actually supporting the Xbox. On the gaming side of things, Microsoft Research develops products and features that led to things like Kinect, DirectX, DirectSR, which is really cool, by the way. Still not incorporated into anything, but DirectSR is actually really damn cool. For those of you that don't know what DirectSR is, if I'm not mistaken, it acts as like a housing, think of it like a div box, really, if you know your coding. And you can basically put into it FSR, DLSS, XCSS, and then the actual DirectSR picks the best one for the game and gives that to you to give you better performance. It's actually a really cool thing that they've established. They just don't use it. And obviously cloud gaming. That's why I said, Jesse, it's a good game. What is Square gonna have the Final Fantasy VII trilogy ready? 7 part comes out at the same time. It's not going to come out at the same time as thing. Sony's going to get part 3, and then once that exclusivity deal is over, then they're going to look at releasing it on Xbox. I just don't see it any time before that. Definitely made more money than Outlaws. Apparently, yeah, it only sold 1 million units, which isn't great. And yet the game is a good game. So, you know, even if you make a good game, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a success. I'm from the early 80s, dude. We're not that far apart. And I still don't understand why you're giving it shit. We're not that far apart, I guess. Maybe 5 years? I mean, I'm enjoying indie games more now than I'm enjoying AAA games. It's weird. It's because the indie games are all about having fun, whereas the AAA games are all about a spectacle showpiece. But it's still a good game. I had a flock of seagulls? Oh, mate. No, no, no. Maybe it will eventually come. Just once the trilogy is out. Don't expect it any sooner. You know, Invictus, I've heard a lot of people being hooked onto Balatro. Paris has been going crazy about that game. Sword and Fairy was good. I like that. I wasn't a fan of Wukong. Wukong wasn't for me. Then again, I don't like games of that ferocity difficulty. But it is weird that, you know, PlayStation fans have been losing the plot lately, haven't they? You've seen Mighty Keith over here. Okay, before I even get into this statement, what is the purpose of owning marketing rights? Can someone tell me? What's the reason to, what benefit does it bring you as a company, as a publisher, as a platform? If you have purchased marketing rights for a game, what does it mean? I mean, you think Hellblade 2 looks crap? Yeah, but what is the purpose of marketing rights? Promoting your console, exactly. Promoting your brand, exactly. So let's get this right. There's a bunch of PlayStation fans out there who don't know that Metaphor is available on PlayStation. So that means Microsoft's marketing is doing a good job, right? He's basically complaining that Microsoft's marketing is finally doing a good job. Hey, look. We don't diss Golem. Golem was a good game. Just not a very good game. And they're pissed off because the game is looking like it's an exclusive, it's an Xbox exclusive. And I'm like, that's literally its job. That is exactly what it's intended to do. Right? But he's saying how people in the comment section are saying they didn't even know the game was coming to PlayStation. Yeah, that's literally its job. I didn't finish what? What didn't I finish? I finished a number of games this year. Probably more than I finished. Yeah, way more than I finished last year. I'm actually doing good. I might actually get. Oh, Gollum I didn't finish. God no. Playing through that for 6 hours is enough. I don't know what to tell you, Neo, but they're not going to get much better going forward. Hey, look, Kong, I'm on the last stage. I'm going to finish that. Just to say I've finished it. I'm on the last stage, literally. I finished when I started the last stage. Redfall, we're going to try and finish this weekend. I'm hoping to find some time to finish that this weekend. I've got too much going on this week. With the missus flying abroad next week on Tuesday, I'm very, very busy. Nah. That's not happening. That's not happening, dude. That's not happening. By the way, do you remember when you had a lot of people laughing, well, celebrating that the PS5 was outselling the PS4 by a margin? And that it was doing so much better? Yeah. Not anymore, folks. Not anymore. Fortnite has a certain art style that works for it. It will never change. You finally finished Hellblade 2 and something else? I've been back in Dark Souls for the past week. It just goes to show, man. Hey, Paul. I mean, maybe it's going to be interesting to see who's going to actually get the... I mean, apparently Sony has it, but we'll see who actually does get it. I mean, gameplay is always more important than graphics. They are Diablo. I find myself buying a lot of older games now that, you know, I just find time to jump into. Like Black Witch on Steam I bought recently. It was down to like £2, £3. It was on sale. And I remember playing it on the 360. But that one isn't backwards compatible, so I just bought it on PC. Oh yeah, Steve really likes that, Paul. Like, he's a huge fan. I mean, at the moment, in this day and age, things have taken a turn for the worse when it comes to storytelling. Everything is just going out of control. But hey, you know, that new Horizon remaster that's coming out? The one that they said you'll have to pay $10 to upgrade to? Not much, dude. We've just been going through just tad bits of news, just discussing stuff, really. But you know that new Horizon game that's coming out? The Horizon remaster? The odd banger like Osborne. Man, that game was garbage. That game was garbage. But yeah, so if you actually have Assassin's Creed, not Assassin's Creed, for Horizon, and you've got the game through PlayStation's Play at Home initiative, you can upgrade the game for $10. But if you were a loyal PlayStation Plus subscriber, you get the middle finger and are told now to pay $40 for the game and pick it up. Time to go and get that thing on physical. I think it's like $10 in most secondhand shops now. This is dirty. This is dirty. So the Play at Home initiative during CVID, you can upgrade. But if you got it via the PlayStation Plus download, you cannot upgrade. How scummy is that? Navi, they doubled the price of the main game from 20 to 40 as soon as they made this announcement. So those that got the game through PlayStation Plus will now have to go and buy the game again. Well, go and buy the game and then get the upgrade. Alan Wake 2 looked great, Neo. I mean, the average IQ of a PlayStation fanboy is going to mistaken a CPU for a GPU. If you've seen some of the crap I'm about to show you, it's crazy. Like, they have, I don't know, I think any form of logic or any form of brain cell just decided to leave that noggin of theirs and run off. Because, my God, this is crazy. You see, on Xbox, you can upgrade. If you were looking forward to a Horizon Part 3, well, that's going to be further away, as it looks like Sony really is doubling down on their gas games. This is definitely happening. The Horizon online game is going to be Guerrilla's next big game. It's coming. And it's going to be on PC and PlayStation day one. I thought Zero Dawn was good. I didn't like Forbidden West. Forbidden West was just bad. I've seen a lot of people talking about it, Paul, and the guy is joking. As in, he's a joker. But yeah, I wonder how this is actually going to come out. Could this be another Concord? Could they afford to have another Concord, is the question. That is the big question. I'll check it out. It's going to be on PC. That's not going to happen, Umar. Not for a long time. And by the time they get to only, a cloud streaming, and that's if they ever get to that point, it'll be at least like 10, 15 years away. Tarek, they're getting weird. They're getting weirder and weirder as it goes on. Right? They're getting weirder and weirder. Like, you got this over here, right? Confident the NVIDIA 4090 has far higher the highest profit margin. Like he decided to show this. He's showing a special edition Xbox instead of the regular Xbox. So I actually corrected him over here. He's showing a 4090 price point, which has already shot up because of end of life. So the price on this has gone up by at least 300-400 already. And he's showing a handheld portable PC. They are trying to compare a handheld portable PC to the PS5 Pro. Like, you have to... Like, this dude isn't dumb. But he knows how dumb the PlayStation community actually is. So he's just trolling off them and fake engaging off them just for the upticks and whatnot. It's ridiculous. I would assume so, Mark. I would assume so. No, he is dumb. Well, he's a very, very wealthy dumb person then. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, then you got like this, right? Then you got this. You got Gas Giant Guy. So this is, this is overpriced in my opinion. It's a 2 terabyte model. They've lost the plot at 900 quid. But it is still a portable PC. He is comparing something that is portable, all in one, PC to a PS5. The price point. Of course it is, Cliffo. They have lost the plot. I'm telling you, they have gone full stupid. They have all gone stupid. I mean, I can show you a ton of these. Right? They've gone full stupid. Look at it. 1080p handhelds are being sold for 900, running PS4 spec. Like they literally are trying to justify that PS5 price, and I don't get it. Right? If you are happy with your purchase, whether you feel it's overpriced or not, you can be happy with an overpriced purchase and still, enjoy the product. But these guys, they're looking for every single thing to find that they can justify. To justify, the fact that the PS5 Pro is at a good price when it's clearly not. It should have been £100 cheaper. Look at this donut. But does it come with a disk drive? Does a handheld portable PC come with a disk drive? I mean, as I said here, the brain cells have truly left this one. Like, he is completely beyond saving. Now, I think the Asus ROG is overpriced. I think it's overpriced. Take it easy, Neo7. Have a good one, my dude. Thanks for stopping by. I really wanted to show that meme, Ventura, but I couldn't. But it's just stupid, right? They are all out here doing the same thing. Look at it. I could build a PC better than this $900. You are better off going to a PC build. But can you take it outside with you? Can you go to families with the PC on your back and working? I mean, what is he going to do? Get one of those backpacks from Ghostbusters with the regulators and shit built in and then power it on as it's going along? I mean, I wouldn't even bother with this right now, to be honest, Steve. The Z2 is about to be announced, because this still has the Z1 chipset in there, right? The Z2 is going to be announced at CES, and it's apparently going to be already within hardware in use, and they're going to be demonstrating it. So I would wait for CES and see what the Z2 can do, because that's the next step up. That's the next chip. Series S works. That's tiny. Just bring a friend and a generator. But like the point I'm trying to make is, how can you compare the form factor of this to a PS5 Pro? Like the brain cells that it has to have taken for these guys to all. I swear, the stables must have been at it like hardcore, right? They must have been on this shit like crazy, right? There's no way that all of them suddenly banded together, right? And came up with the same post over again. This was like a tactical effort that we're going to go out there and prove to the world that we are dumb as shit because we think that a handheld form factor is equivalent to a console. Like, you cannot be this dumb. I refuse to believe that people can be this dumb. Except for him. I totally believe he can be this dumb. I'm starting to question these two as well. This one I already expected. And well, this one, the less I say, the better. But it's just crazy, right? These lot came out with like a tactical effort. They were in the stables discussing this shit. They were ready and they said, right, we've got a game plan. We're going out there, boys. We're going to show the world just how dumb we really are by posting these pics. Hey, Punkalicious. Paul, it's on my to-do list to watch it. Yep. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, this literally was like, why is this happening? And I tried to speak to a couple of them, and I think it was who was it that I tried to actually reason with to try and put some common sense into it, and it just went out the door. I don't have it here, but yeah, it's like, it's insane. It's insane. Like, I remember watching a review of Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, and in the review, the AI in the game was so dumb, where just crossing a lava pit where your characters are supposed to jump on the rocks to go along, and you can't control your AI characters. And the AI was so thick that it would just walk into the lava and die. And I remember the reviewer keenly to this day saying that the AI was so dumb it shouldn't be allowed to exist. These guys are bordering on that level. This level of stupidness just shouldn't be out there in the world. It lowers the overall global population's IQ, and that's not a good thing. Then you've got the other one, right? Who's so hell-bent on talking about RTX and RDNA 4 and all this and all that, and I genuinely don't think he can tell the difference between GPU performance and ray tracing, because they are two different aspects on a graphics card. But I don't think he can tell the difference anymore. He's way gone as well. It's like it was. I don't know anymore. Now, John, £900 for it is excessive. Is excessive. I mean, the original at 1 TB, which is at £800, is still too expensive. That should have been around 600, maybe 649.99, and I think that would have been an acceptable price. But there is something that Steve actually said that, you know, he does have a point on. It's something that I never really considered, and this is probably one of the only times I'm ever probably going to say that he actually said something smart, because, you know, he's got Gears brain, and we all know how those go. I mean, the dude's favorite character in Gears is Carmine. Just let that sink in. But anyway, he did say one thing that was actually pretty on point, that was actually true. And that is the fact that when these retailers are selling a graphics card or selling anything, there is no return on that. There is no way for them to subsidize that purchase. It is what it is that they sell, and that's it. Like when you go and buy an Xbox or a PlayStation, you've got Game Pass, you've got Xbox Live, you've got PSN, Premium, Ultimate, you've got controllers, you've got this, you've got that. But all of that money goes to Microsoft, so they subsidize it through other means. These manufacturers can't. So when they sell you a graphics card for $1,300, they're probably making maybe £100, maybe £200 profit on it. But at the end of the day, they can't subsidize that cost to bring the cost lower. I feel like someone got triggered. See, we need a Carmine game. That's what I'm talking about. Chaos, my CRT TV back in the day cost 900 quid. My QLED monitor cost around the same. Ponies are saying CRT is better. I mean, that's literally the logic they're using. Ray tracing is... I think it's a good thing, but I think no one has actually... I mean, it's so taxing on your machine. It's just not good. It's not good. It's so taxing. And it's just crazy just how much it canes your performance. I mean, look at it. There you go again. How is Xbox going to have a handheld for $299? No one said it's going to be $299, by the way. Anyone that thinks the handheld is going to cost $300 is crazy. Just putting this out there. If Asus and Steam Deck ranges from $400, I think it's going to be around 450 quid, personally. Using the Z1 Extreme would actually probably do well with the OBS. Cliffo, that's because the 4080s were designed with RTX hardware. The 30 series graphics cards kind of had an introduction to them. I know the RTX started from the 20 series, but in terms of like proper support, it didn't really come in until the 40 series. That's why the 40 series just looked better. Like, I ran Outlaws on my PC with a 3090 Ti, and I can't use ray tracing. It just cripples my performance. If I don't have ray tracing on, everything's set to ultra. My game runs 60 FPS. If I switch over to GeForce Now, where I've got a 4080, I can run everything on ultra and put ray tracing to pretty much max, and I get 60 FPS. So it's clearly ray tracing is... There's hardware benefits in the 4080 that clearly support ray tracing better. It is clearly designed for that. But at the same time, the reason why Xbox is going to be able to lower the price of the handheld is because they can subsidize it. Whereas Asus can't subsidize it, they can. They can release accessories, controllers, carry cases, all of this stuff that they're going to do for that handheld that you're not going to get. A docking station if it doesn't come with one. If it's sold separately, you'll buy a docking station. All of this is subsidizing the cost. You see, Steve, there is sometimes a pearl of wisdom within that noggin of yours. I do not work for Ubisoft. No. I do not work for Ubisoft. I'll tell you what, if you are playing Outlaws and you're trying to do all the side quests and all the extra kind of faction-y stuff, you're going to not have a great time. There's just too much bloat there. If you just play the main story, do some of the abilities that you kind of feel you need, that you want, you'll see them anyway. I unlocked maybe like 50% of the abilities. That's more than enough to complete the game. You don't need to do the bloat. The bloat, in my opinion, makes the game worse. Is that what you did, Dubs? You went and done everything? No, that makes the game way worse. No way. If I was to do that, I would start to hate the game. I quickly realized that trying to do this stuff is just not... It's not fun. They're all kind of generic side quests and whatnot. It's the usual Ubisoft bloat that doesn't need to be there. Just play the game and the story, and it's got a good pace, it's got a good storytelling, and you'll have a good time. Yeah, it's never ending. I gave up with it. I did like a little bit. I only do the abilities now. If I need to do something for my abilities that I really want, then I will go out my way and do it for the abilities, but that's it. Or if I just see something that's really close by on the map, like a treasure chest or something that I want to collect, fine, collectible. But in terms of going out my way to like level up with the factions, nah, I'm not doing any of that. All of mine are down to poor. The only one that I've got some decent relationship with is the Rebels. Do I think Microsoft will buy Sega? That's a good one. I think they can, but not anytime soon. Not until the FTC case is over. I think right now they have more of a chance of picking up Ubisoft before they disappear than they do with Sega. Ubisoft is in severe trouble right now, and it hasn't really improved for them, unfortunately. And if what I'm hearing is true, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Because I think Dubs, are you Dubs Tricks? You're the one that just making sure you're the same person. He told me something, and I went digging. I went digging, and I found it for this stream, because I wanted to talk about Ubisoft. Now, I don't think they'll go bust. They'll get bought out long before they go bust. It's not so much for the FTC to get involved, Paul. It's the fact that they have a current legal case ongoing that will probably hinder it. And if they try to do anything like that, the FTC will just use that against them. Not that they can add anything to the actual case, but they will try to use it in some way to push their agenda against Microsoft. Microsoft is concerned that they may have to divest ABK if it doesn't go their way. So they don't want to jeopardize anything like that. Again, if it's like Ubisoft is worth 1.5 billion right now, which is literally nothing for Microsoft, or for many in the gaming industry. I think Sega's worth like, what, 3 billion, 2.4 billion? So again, these are really small fries that they can pick up. But, you know, if anyone is expecting that if they pick these up, those games will be exclusive to Xbox. They will not, 100%. You know, without a shadow of doubt. Those games will still be on PlayStation, on the Nintendo Switch, on PC. They are going to be everywhere. It's just that they're going to be on Game Pass day one. That's it. Any purchase they do now is just to bolster Game Pass and its portfolio. Nah. To be fair, John, Sega's doing a good job of that. But it, you know, I think it was Dubs that told me. Oh, it is, yeah, okay. So I went digging and I found this, and I think, you know, when they were originally creating Assassin's Creed Shadows, did you know that the original actual character was supposed to look like George Floyd? That's scary. They wanted to push the BLM movement in this game as a centerpiece, as a political point when they were creating it, and they wanted to base the character's design off George Floyd. That's not good, guys. That's not good. That is not good. And there is resemblances there. That is not good. That is really, 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 really bad. You don't do that, man. I don't know what Ubisoft is under. I don't know what they've got their head into. I don't know where they're going. But there's only so much you can turn a blind eye to. This is just stupid. But then you've got this article here as well. I've actually spoken to a few people, Steve. It's a thing. A few people that kind of, well, just sources. Let's leave it as that. It's a thing. They changed it later, but it's a thing. When they realized that they couldn't get away with it, they changed it. And that's when they started looking up pictures of Yasuke. They didn't do it in the end. It's the thought process, dude. The fact that they were even thinking about it is messed up. We all know what happened to, Floyd was horrible. But to try, they need to get politics out of our video games. It's that simple. Video games are there to be enjoyed. I don't think they will buy Square. I don't think they need to. I think Square is in enough of a pickle on their own as it is right now. No, he wasn't actually George Floyd. They were trying to get him to look like George Floyd, not be George Floyd. So there's a distinction there. He wasn't going to be George Floyd. He was still going to be Yasuke, but he was going to have a resembling feature to George Floyd. But all this coming out is not helping them. And now that they've delayed the game again, they are going all out with this. I really hope the game is successful. I want the game to succeed because I don't want Ubisoft to disappear. But if this game fails, they are going to be in severe trouble. Someone is going to have to step in and either, be an angel and give them money, or they're going to buy them out. It's that simple. But first, let me address some of the wild rumors about Yasuke. He's not going to be removed. So there was originally rumors that he was going to be removed. That's not happening. However, sources have said that the team has actively have been actively addressing many of the historical and cultural concerns, which started before the game's reveal following external playtests and were accelerated further following the game's initial reveal and mass feedback. Now, this is all basically them saying, okay, we fucked up, we decided we're not going to listen to the community, even though it is just a video game, we didn't listen, now we're going to take notice. This includes changing some of Yasuke's story and how he's portrayed in the game. So I assume he's no longer going to be a samurai, even though no one had a problem with him being a samurai in Neo. Fixing architectural details, that's a good thing, and ensuring that the game is historically grounded while fitting into Assassin's Creed universe, which means that it's not going to be 100% historically accurate, but somewhat give or take, which is fine because Assassin's Creed has never been historically accurate. Fundamentally though, these are issues that should have been caught internally before the game's reveal. I mean, they did catch it, it was intentional. Especially given Ubisoft's strict asset approval process, they have almost none. They've been caught using stuff they shouldn't be using. As for how these issues fell through the cracks, I'm told that historical experts were brought onto the project much later than usual for a project of the magnitude, and that miscommunication between teams and cutting corners when it came to the approval process of assets to meet deadlines were also at play. Now, this happens a lot. Like, when I used to be in the games industry, I saw this a lot. I mean, even now, I work in a tech company, and the amount of cutting corners that they do that comes back later on to bite them in the backside is ridiculous. It's crazy. Don't cut corners. If you want to do a job right, do it right. The moment you start to cut corners, take little risks here and there, all of that shit starts to add up, and eventually it comes back to bite you in the ass in a way that you're not going to like it, and that's what's happened here. As for the game's polish and issues with bugs, it's pretty self-explanatory. The game is currently not at the stage it needs to be for release. See, I don't actually believe this. I don't believe this for a second. I think the game is in a good place for release, but they're going back and sorting out all of this. They're going back and rewriting all of this to make sure that, you know, all the historical stuff is now to the liking of where they would need it to be. And I'm told that there have been some tweaks to some gameplay mechanics and elements that are going to take time to incorporate. So they're changing the way the game plays. That makes sense. That's going to delay stuff. While some of these issues were highlighted in recent playtests and mock reviews, these are end of development issues that will take a little longer. Well, of course, if you catch the issues early and you fix them early, then happy days. If you catch it right at the end of the life cycle, well, guess what? That one fix that you did has to be tested throughout the whole game. And then you need to make sure that it's incorporated throughout the whole game and it works in every aspect you're going at, depending on what it is. So one small thing could become really massive. Of course, these are not new issues for the team. 7 developers working on the project said that they have been pushing for a delay for some time, and their situation had even been heard at other studios in the company. Ultimately, though, the delay comes down to a strict development timeline and the need to address issues caused by the set timeline. Again, I don't believe that for a second. It's all about this. It's literally all about this, the delay. That's the delay. As for why Ubisoft HQ continues to ignore the developers on almost every level, that happens in every business, so that's a dumb question to ask. Ubisoft's executive committees and board directors will decide in their review. Although 80% of 40 Ubisoft developers think this ends in no change or layoffs, there will be layoffs, 100%. But that's another story on the internal issues for another time. For now, though, Ubisoft Quebec will release Assassin's Creed Shadows on February 14th, 2025, and while the game isn't matching Valhalla in pre-order numbers, which launched on past generation consoles to a wider market, so, you know, Valhalla was always going to have more because it had the PS4 and the Xbox One backing, the numbers are solid and are likely to rise further given its Steam release announcement, which is probably One of the bigger things that they're doing, because they now need to make sure that the game works flawlessly on Steam, which it should. It's just a PC release, right? But yeah, a lot of PR jargon in there, but you know, directors, project managers, account managers, they don't give two shits. They just say, we want the work done, and you're going to get it done. That's it. That's all they care about. So all this, how, you know, they don't know how it fell through the cracks. They've been hearing the staff complaining. Every staff complains, but no one ever pays attention. What, the February 14th? I can see it being pushed way back from that. If I was Assassin's Creed, you've got, what is it? You've got Monster Hunter Wilds coming out. You've got Avowed coming out. You've got, I think like 3 or 4 other games coming out in that window that are pretty big games. I would not release Assassin's Creed during that window. I would not release it during that window. As long as they get Cliff back, right, Steve? They need Cliff to come back, right? Passion of the Creed. Yeah, so Ubisoft has really, like, messed up the pooch with this one, and everything they've done has been relatively just stupid. I do think in some aspects the community has overreacted. That's my opinion. You know, others will have a different opinion. I think there is definitely a bigger agenda here that's going on. I think the share prices being crashed are being done deliberately, and it's either going to be a quick make millions real quick by buying a bunch of shares, and the share price is going to go up and certain people are going to become millionaires overnight, or Ubisoft is trying to offload and sell. I think, you know, whatever's going on right now is also, it's a two-pronged situation. Yes, they've messed up with a number of things on Assassin's Creed, none of which I think is overly bad, personally. It's a video game. I don't take video games as historically accurate. But at the same time, I also think that the other angle of it, the business side, is actually being targeted in terms of crashing the stock price for either personal gain or the vision to sell. I just don't see it being. BigMADMoe, I agree with you. I'm not disputing with you. But I want Ubisoft to still be around. So what I'm saying is I don't think that they should release all their games in. I don't think that, maybe push it to March or something, or push it to January, just not February, where all of these games are coming over. I think, like I said, I think the community has way overblown everything. They are looking with a microscope for every little detail that they can find to say that this is wrong, and I think that's stupid. I mean, every game has issues. Every game has stuff that doesn't make sense or doesn't look correct, but they're not being picked out here. This is a vendetta. Every game has bugs, though. Every game has bugs. I've seen the bugs. Every game has bugs. Why is there not this much hatred towards other games when there's bugs? Avowed is going to be a type of game that you either like or you don't like. If you like your Western RPGs, you're really going to enjoy it. If you don't like your Western RPGs, it is just another Western RPG. It's got the potential to be really, really good, but it is a Western RPG. So if you like Western RPGs, I think you'll enjoy it. If you don't like it, then I mean, if you've got Game Pass, you might as well try it anyway. You've got nothing to lose, right? Outside of bandwidth to download. But other than that, you'll be good. There's literally thousands of bugs in Starship Troopers. Is it? Really? That bad? Uh, yeah, Spider-Man 2 had some really bad bugs. Jedi Survivor had some bad bugs. Like, loads of games have bugs, so I don't see why that's being raised. Again, I think people are targeting Ubisoft at the moment. I think Mirage was a good game. I think Lost Crown was a good game, and I think Outlaws was a good game. If you don't do the side quests, it's a big if. It doesn't surprise me as games are becoming more and more intricate. They're becoming more and more difficult to QA, and the biggest problem that you have with the QA, which all of these companies do, is they don't offer QA permanent roles. It's why I left the industry, because they only give you temporary contracts. They don't give you a permanent contract. The amount of turnover you have in QA is insane. And they just don't retain the good ones. They just don't. All the good ones end up leaving and going somewhere else, and you're left with the crap ones because there's no job security. And after they introduced 0-hour contracts in QA, that was it. That was game over. You can't stay in a 0-hour situation. It's like one of the worst things that they brought in. But that's part of the reason why QA is so bad. When I was working at Sega, we used to have a really good, robust QA team, but they all left because they weren't given any job security. They weren't given a permanent contract. They were just renewed 3 months after 3 months after 3 months, and you were blatantly told at the time that if you refused overtime, if you didn't stay late when you were needed to, that would affect your chances of getting your 3-month contract renewed. So you had zero job security. If you decided that you couldn't be in on that day that they needed you to do overtime on the weekend, that would count against you when your 3-month contract was up. The game industry is horrible. I mean, just look at EA. They employ you for, at the time anyway, they employed you for 11 months, and then they'd let you go for 2 months, and then they would rehire you back for another 11 months just so you wouldn't get any permanent staff benefits. Because if they employ you in the UK for 12 months, then you get some, for a 12-month contract, then you can basically get permanent benefits. But they would do that. They would let you go on the 11th month for 2 months and then rehire you for another 11 months. What do you think of the PSN outage from the last couple of days? You reckon it was harmless, or you reckon it will come out? Honestly, I think it was. I think it was harmless. Shit happens. If it was hacked, someone would have already come out and said something. Data centers go bad every once in a while. And sometimes, fixing an issue is as easy as flipping a switch on and off. Other times you need to figure out where the break is because it's breaking it down. So it could be anything from a 1 minute fix to, a few days, a week. It really depends. But I think it was harmless. I don't think they got hacked. I'd be very surprised if they got hacked. Also very worried if they got hacked. Again. Steve. You think they've gone woke? Why is that, Sanchez? I think it's just... But yeah, I mean, I wish Ubisoft good luck. I hope they can get out of this shit. And if they can't, I hope... what I don't want is Tencent to buy them. Because if Tencent buys them, it's KO. Tencent is going to absolutely ruin them. But hopefully, if they are if they are looking to be bought, now's the perfect time to be bought. Why, guy? The same woke games that go on consoles are going to go on PC. You're not getting a special version. No, I totally get that, Ghosty. I totally get that. But that how long is a piece of string, I think, is more relevant this time than it is other times. What's that, Sanchez? That Yote's woke? I mean, I personally would have preferred Jin Sakai's story to continue. I think they still had more to tell with him. I'm a little disappointed that, Jin Sakai wasn't continued because I think, there was a lot more that they could have shown with Jin Sakai. I think his story didn't end. I think he had a lot more to tell. I was disappointed when I saw The Ghost of Yote. I'm not gonna lie. I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm gonna play it day one without a shadow of doubt. But I was disappointed that Jin wasn't there because I really was excited to see what was next for Jin, especially after the DLC. I mean, people call Jin bland, but I think he was a good character. I mean, if they buy it, right? The Chinese government will always have a hand in it. I mean, they own half of Tencent, or is it like 60% of Tencent anyway? So, well, that would be your loss, John. The rest of the world will continue to buy and play. Well, they won't need to buy. They'll just play it off Game Pass. I didn't say it's woke big. Knee deep in? My question is, why didn't anyone care when she voiced Anna Bray in Destiny for years? But yeah, why didn't anyone say anything about, I think her name is Eshiki? She's a voice actor for Anna Bray in Destiny. No, I don't defend anyone for microtransactions. Take it easy, Paul. I hope it goes well for you, dude. But many did, and many didn't care. Wait, who's the whale? I see no whale in here. She's had multiple expansions based purely on her. So yeah, she's a big character. I'm not saying there is flumleys. I'm saying why didn't people complain about Anna Den, the voice actor then, and they're complaining about it now? I mean, it's 300 years in the future, right? So Jin doesn't exist anymore. He's gone. And yeah, I'm upset because I think Jin had a lot more to say. I think the DLC didn't really finish it. I think there was a lot more to go with Jin's story. Where is that clip? Uh-huh. Nah, she's always been the same, Ventura. Just no one cared. It's just, unlike back in those days, back when, 5 years ago, no one cared because no one bothered with it. Now, everyone is looking for a reason to hate. So they start digging up everyone. At the end of the day, all she's doing is voicing the game. She's not putting anything else into the game. She's not influencing the game. She's not directing the game. She's not doing anything else to the game. All she's doing is voicing the game. She has no input on the direction of where the story goes at all. In that regard, does it really matter? Exactly, Steve. That's the point I'm making. She's not going to have any input on the game. She's just hired to do a voice. Now, if people complain that SBI were getting involved, I totally get it. I'm gonna play it tomorrow, Wayne. I haven't had a chance recently. I've got a few things that I need to catch up on uh, in a few games that I need to, that are time limit restricted. That has been taking up a bit of my time. I was supposed to play a bit of it today. Well, I was supposed to stream it yesterday, but I was, my PC said, "Hey, it's been updated." My Xbox said it's been updated, and then when I went to put it on, it said, "Yeah, you got an 8 GB update, buddy," and then another 18 GB after that, and you got pleb internet, so you'll be done by morning. And I was like, "Okay, thank you very much. You suck." And today I'm over here doing this, and well, tomorrow is my day where I'm going to jump into Shatter Space. See, my issue is I want a nice balance, right? For every Lara Croft, I want a Master Chief or a Nathan Drake. I don't want, at the moment, it's all just female boss characters, and it's very rare we get male boss characters nowadays. Like, if they make a Devil May Cry next, it's gonna be a female protagonist, 100%. I'm calling it now. I know they probably won't do it anymore because of all the stuff going on at Capcom, especially with the people leaving. But if they ever did a next Devil May Cry, I guarantee you that the main character is going to be female, 100%. And that's where I have a little bit of a problem with it. The fact that you already know. Yeah, Nate, that definition changed a long time ago. Now it just means pandering to the LGBTQ community. It lost its official, original definition long time ago. I mean, when you stick two fingers up at people, do you know what it means? This is a nah, it's not going to be Nero. I guarantee it's going to be a female protagonist, 100%. Because that's the way the industry is at the moment, and that's what needs to change. But just giving you a totally weird example here. But when you stick two fingers up, like Steve has kindly done there, what does it actually mean? No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't mean any of those. Back during, I think, either World War One or World War Two, when the Brits captured the French when they were using archery. I think it was World War One when they were using archery. They would chop the finger off, the archery finger, off the French soldiers, and they were going around to the French. They were sending a message to the French troops with two fingers, saying, "We've got our two fingers, and you don't." That's where it originated from. It was mocking the French. That's the historical origin of the two fingers. It was their fingers were chopped off basically, so they couldn't use the archery bow to attack the Brits. And from that, it's morphed into a FU. So the original definition of something gets changed over time, and it no longer really has that bearing. I know people say that the original definition of woke isn't this, but it doesn't matter. The definition has changed over time. I know, Ghosty. Let's be nice now, but okay, Steve. Okay, I see what you did there. You can go back in your corner now. Was it World War Two? I said World War One or Two. I couldn't remember. It's close enough. Where is that clip I'm looking for? Okay. Let me stop this music because I want to play something. Because it's on topic of what we're talking about right now, and it kind of is relevant. So, has anyone actually seen this going around? So this is a 2-minute clip, which I'm going to play. It's got subtitles because it's in Japanese. If you understand Japanese, happy days. If you don't, follow the subtitles. But it's really interesting to see their reaction to Dragon Quest and how they're really, really not happy about it. Ella Ventura, the F word comes from Gordon Ramsay's kitchen. Was it the 12th century? I said it was archery. World War One obviously had guns, not archery. So I was still close. Dubs is saying it was in the 12th century. I can't remember my history that well. But the point I'm making was that it was the historical definition for it has changed. But let's just have a listen to this. Let me know if the audio is fine for you guys. Not that it matters. You'll be listening to it. You'll be reading the subtitles mainly.
あとすごい話題になってたそのコスチュームとか当時とそのままなのかどうなのかみたいなのがありましたよね。また。
まあね、いろいろ規制もあってね、露出してきちゃいけないとかね。
そこまあちょっとあんまり深掘りする気はないんですけど、いいのにだってフィクションだけどその中に主人公というあなたが入って冒険するっていうことでいいじゃないと思うんですけど。
You see, they're clearly saying here. They had to change the character's looks because it showed too much skin. They don't understand why. They don't want to really get into it too much, but regulation said that they had to change it. It's all about immersion and, bringing joy to the gamer. So what is wrong with it? Why do we need to change it?
違うんですかね。
なんですかね。よくわかんないですけどね。これについてはね。
ゲームだし、まあフィクションという自分の中のバーチャル体験でのノンフィクションだから。
Another good point. It's a game, it's fiction, and it's virtual experience. So as long as it's enjoyable, I think that's all that matters. I mean, this is them being upset at the fact that they had to censor and change Dragon Quest.
から楽しくければいいのにっていうふうに思っちゃいますけどね。
あんまり露出するとね、年齢が上がっちゃうっていうね。全年齢じゃなくなってしまうっていうのがあったりとか。
And that's where it becomes a problem. If they show a little too much skin on a 2D pixel, it means they won't be able to sell it as an all ages product. It's a pixel. How are you? I mean, you've all seen Dragon Quest 2D HD, right? It's pixel art. It's retro graphics. People are offended by what those retro graphic characters are wearing.
ルールがやっぱなんか各国違ったりするんでね、広く売ろうと思うと一番厳しいところに合わせざるを得ないとか。
でも当時そんなこと思わなかったですけどね。
コンプラっていう名のね、やっぱり。
They never even thought about that in the past. They just released games because that's what they knew was good.
ね、ある種のね、なんだろうな、絶対神というべき、善の名を借りた悪みたいなのがあるよね。
Under the new regulations, it's like an absolute god, an evil disguised as good. So they're clearly saying that what the Western culture is doing with all this censoring and pandering and everything is actually a massive evil to just video games and creators. Yes, the pixel, not the pop-up.
全員が不快感を覚えないなんてことはないわけ。だって不快なことを覚える動向でもいいわけよ。だって綺麗汚いとかさ、善悪って人それぞれ。
Because beauty and ugliness, good and evil are different for everyone. Exactly.
感じ方があるわけじゃん。で物事はやっぱり根っこにあるのはやっぱり絶対やっちゃいけないことだけいくつかあって、それさえやらなきゃあとはいいじゃないって、そういうのがないわけよ。だからやっぱり英米の方から来てるその宗教的な概念から来るその正教徒の考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない。彼らのコンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い。でだから向こうでコミックスだけにJust
look at that. There's a religious concept from the West, especially in America, that influences their approach to sex education, right?
正教徒の考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない。彼らの
Their approach to compliance is really narrow-minded. And let's face it, the majority of Americans probably do not see it that way, but it's the minority with the loudest voice who are not going to buy the games that are the ones that they're referring to.
コンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い。でだから向こうでコミックスだけに全部その年齢で区切ってやらなきゃいけない。少年ジャンプの漫画だったら13アップ、13歳以上じゃないと出せない。私は全部リテイク入れなきゃいけない。でそれを訴訟が起きるそのために保険も入らなきゃいけない。もうこんなねバカなチームねやるの本当めんどくさい。
Doing business with such a ridiculous country is really frustrating. Jesus Christ. That's what it's come down to.
そっから日本も悪影響を受けてやってるから。
Because of that, Japan also gets negatively influenced because they can't create two versions of the game. So what the Japanese are used to and expect is now being changed forcibly because of the West.
主人公もね、男女選べるんだけど、男女選ぶって書いていけないのね。タイプ1、タイプ2なのね。
ねえ。
男女
In Dragon Quest, you used to be able to choose between a male and female main character, but now you can't choose between a man and a woman anymore. And they are not happy about this, by the way. Like, they are really not happy about this
選ぶっ
decision.
て書いていけないのね。タイプ1、タイプ2なの
We
ね。
have to label them as type 1 and type 2.
これ男女誰が一体文句言うんだろう
I really wonder who's even complaining about this.
わからない。
なんか
And that's the thing, right? I really wonder who's even complaining about this. It's not the gamers, I tell you that much. It's not the gamers. The gamers are not complaining about this. Yeah, Ghosty, I absolutely love this. That guy in the white, there was no F's given. He just didn't give a crap. He just said what he needed to. Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with hentai. We all love a bit of hentai, right? No, I'm just kidding. Dude, if you see some of the stuff that's in the UK, it's crazy. Hey, what do you mean I've been complaining about this, Bags? I've been saying I want fairness. I've always stood on the line where I want fairness. I want equal representation from both sides. If you want to be a flat-chested woman with a pee-pee hanging out, that's all fine. But I also want my big boober woman with a big butt on the other side. I want both sides to be catered for. At the end of the day, it needs to be fair, not just one-sided. True, I play gacha games. I get all my waifu attention as much as I want. But the reality is, when my wife sees some of the games at the moment, and she turns around and says, "What the F is that? That's not a woman. Why do they design them like that to look hideously ugly?" When a woman is saying that, then there's a problem, right? I don't say it. My wife says stuff like that. Like, I remember when I showed her Aloy from Forbidden West, and she actually thought it was a man. I mean, those that remember the stream will remember when I actually showed it, when we was showing those ridiculous pictures that were all over the place when the Starfield debacle broke out. Nah. I don't, Steve. Oh, John, I think you might remember. But dude, go check out games like Nikkei and, Terra Fantasy and whatnot. It's all fan service. Because fan service sells. You want to quote Ted? Well, I'm happy that Nintendo and Square Enix have rejected. Well, Nintendo turned around and told BlackRock that they're not even allowed to buy a share. They refused them. And Square Enix apparently have removed themselves from all of this stuff as well because it's hurting them. And I think, I can't remember who it was that told me, SBI could be going out of business soon anyway. They need a lot of money to stay in business. I'm curious now as to what he wants to quote. I mean, it's all religious, right, Dubs? Everything comes down to religion in the end. But yeah, I saw this clip, and these guys are clearly not happy that they're having to change their game to Panda. And I'm like, just screw it. Release it to what you want. Release it how you want. You'll find more people will be susceptible to buy it. I don't see them miserable though, Woodpit. No, but I've heard that saying before. Especially with the lolly representation in Japan. That said, Woodpit, are you talking about the activists hating the West or the Japanese hating the West? They just want to make money. Unfortunately, in the UK, everywhere needs to have a DEI such thing now. It's almost like mandatory here in the UK. It is almost like mandatory. But hey, no matter how bad it gets, right? No matter how stupid things get, no matter how ridiculous things get, just know that when you are having that moment where you've had enough and you can't, you question how dumb something can be, there's always these people, right? There's always these people comparing a portable console or a portable PC that can be used as a regular PC to a PS5 Pro. And they all came out on the same day. All of them. All of them. So no matter how bad your day gets, just know that there are dumber people out there. There are those. It's very special. Oh, this is interesting. I have no idea what this game is, but apparently it's a visual novel. It's on Xbox, and people are extremely happy about it. I don't know if any of you like visual novels on Xbox. This would be another cool game to play on the handheld, by the way. But that's something. Yeah, it's all tick boxes, Ghosty. That's what I was saying. In the UK, it's mandatory. There's not much you can really do about it. But at the same time, DEI doesn't need to mean that you can't cater for both sides. That's not what it means. But yeah, chat. Anything else you want to talk about today? Other than that, other than PlayStation fans losing their mind, Ubisoft being in complete turmoil, and the Japanese being upset with the West, which I can totally understand because I'm getting sick of it myself, there's not been much else going out there. Warhammer's being attacked for not being diverse enough, so there's that. I did. Let's bring that up. Let's bring it up. Because that looked impressive. I really like that. Death Stranding 2 has made me reconsider playing Death Stranding 1. I've been meaning to play it for a long time. Right? I just never found the time to play it because it's just so time consuming. I don't have enough hours in the day to just sit down and do shit. Not my full-time job, unfortunately. So I get very limited time to play video games. But yeah, this mute is... It looks impressive, but I'm sorry, but her smile, that's nightmare fuel. I'm sorry, but that smile is nightmare fuel. There is something seriously wrong with that smile. I can't be the only one, right? I disagree, but each to their own bags. I mean, Starfield DLC right now is getting review bombed. Did anyone not see that happening? Yeah, it looks graphically, it looks great. But you know, that photo picture there, I mean, just look at that smile. That is scary, man. That is being polarized at the highest resolution. It's not what you're seeing in the game when everything is moving. I still think Hellblade 2 looks better. It looks good. Yeah, it's not photorealistic. But I think Hellblade 2 still looks better. Having played it on ultra settings on PC, it's mind blowing. But yeah, you can see the difference in quality the moment the picture is taken. It's amplified like so much. But I expect that when it comes to photos, right? Photo mode always looks better. And you know, Bags, when Death Stranding 2 releases on PC, if it looks, you know, on ultra settings markedly better, I will say it looks markedly better. But at the moment, Death Stranding 2, not Death Stranding, Hellblade 2 for me is still the one to beat graphically. I think Hellblade 1 was a better game, but Hellblade 2 is definitely the one to beat graphically. Anything else you guys want to cover before I wrap up? Because I don't think there's really much else to go over. I will be streaming Death Stranding. What am I talking about? Death Stranding. There you got me saying Death Stranding. Starfield tomorrow. I might leave it so I'd actually just play it from beginning tomorrow and start it off that way. But yeah. Yeah, Benchmark, I mean, Hellblade 2 just looks phenomenal on PC. You want to look at some reviews of Starfield? Sure, we can do that. Starfield reviews! Reviews! If you've seen Paul Tassie's article, don't bother reading it. It's a waste of time. No offense to Paul Tassie, but my dude just went into a bunch of hypotheticals and decided that everything hinges on the success of Shattered Space. Let's see. Yeah, there's literally no substance to anything he said. Where do we go? So you got Unfortunately, many of the reviews here are not related to the DLC. I'll give my take on Shattered Space, not Starfield. The DLC is an improvement over some of the weaker areas of the base game, allowing for the devs to spend more time in a smaller area has predictably led to an improvement in the environmental storytelling. It also made it more entertaining to actually move around the city, check all of the buildings, and engage with the world. So there's a positive one. But it is still mixed for Shattered Space. Absolutely boring, short, adds no content whatsoever to the game itself. I mean, clearly that's a review bomb. $30 DLC, 6 guns that are all reskins, no new ship parts, 3 new spacesuits, reskinned apparel outfits, no companions, fields. I mean, all the suits are reskinned to look different. What were they expecting? Dinosaurs. Feels like cut content. I mean, it came out a year later. How could it be cut content? The copium here is hilarious. The top positive review is from a guy who has only done one side quest. Guess he's leaving the game open to hit the 60-hour mark because that's when it starts to click. I finished the main storyline of the DLC, so no spoilers. The main story was interesting. House of Varun was my favorite part of the base game, and it's good to see them here. But the Varun you meet in the DLC seem different from those elsewhere. They have all tribal neck tattoos. Well, who's going into spoilers? So, yeah. For $30, you get one handcrafted planet, 5-6 hours of gameplay, 3 new weapons. They said 6 weapons. They're saying 3. 3 or so new armor sets, no new companions, no new gameplay features, no new ship parts, over 100 more loading screens. I mean, when you say cut content, if they have to delay the game for 4 years to release that content, that's not really cut content. And just because they have the foundation of that content put into the game, it just means that, you know, they don't have to make you download 2 terabytes worth of data to get through. None of the actual parts that actually matter existed, even with Destiny. So yeah, I've recently gone back into Starfield, and because I gave a bit of a break while I was busy doing other stuff, I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying the story. I'm really enjoying just flying around, exploring. I'm having a good time. And if that's your thing, you'll have a good time here. But if it's not your thing, then just move on. But for example, I'm playing this on PC Game Pass. And a lot of people will be. But yeah. To be fair, most people got the upgrade bags and you get it free with the upgrade. Xbox era? Let's have a look. I just don't want... Let's see. I don't want any spoilers. If it's a 6-hour experience, I might finish it tomorrow. This expansion should take mostly players roughly to 10 to 15 hours to see most of its sites. So we've gone now from 5-6 hours to 10 to 15 hours. That's a huge jump. That's 3 times the size, if it's true. The best part of Shattered Space is Varian Kai. It is gorgeous synthwave mix of fuchsia and deep blues. Did they give it a rating at the end? They gave it a 9. Buggy for many at launch. I've heard it doesn't boot on Steam for some people. So there's that. Densely packed location because it's tailored. Intriguing main campaign. Solid length. 10-15 hours is good for a DLC. And stunning location. I gave Starfield an 8.5, personally. Oh, I wholeheartedly expect them to be biased bags. That's why I'm picking out the information. Right? I'm picking out the bits of bobs. I don't think they're going to be exaggerating the 10 to 15 hour mark, though. But everything that I've heard from neutral people, even PlayStation fans that are, playing Starfield, like there's a couple of PlayStation fans I talked to on X that, are playing Starfield, and they've told me that you're going to have a great time. They are predominantly PlayStation fans, but they play games on Xbox and whatnot, and they said, the update is brilliant. It is pure fire. They can't wait to jump back in. So I'm hearing, like, from the typical, places, I'm hearing it's bad. But I expect that. Then you've got this overly zealous toxic positivity, probably like Xbox era, who are going to say it's great no matter what. But then you've got those that are neutral that are saying it's good, and those are the people that I care about. Because those are the ones that are going to give you the truth. Is PSN back up now? Probably not. No, it looks like it's up in the UK. Maybe it's in the US that it's down? Play it, dude. It's a good game. Even if you don't like PlayStation, it's a solid 8.7 for me. Jonas. Are you sure? I could have sworn I was in there yesterday. Or was it the day before? Can't remember now. It's been a long time. There you got this. Spent almost 6 hours playing Shattered Space. Expansion without realizing it. I'll be damned, this DLC just might be one of the best games of the year. So, looks great. I can't wait to dive in. Personally. By the way, for those that are looking to buy Metaphor ReFantasio, it is Play Anywhere on Xbox. So if you buy it on your Xbox, you can play it on your PC as well. Just like Visions of Mana. So that is cool. So that is where I'll be buying mine, so I can play it on both. Hey, look. It ain't my pick, alright? That's a high res pick for you. See, this is running approximately at 720p. It's so good. There was supposed to be some news today regarding what was it? What's that game? Chernobylite. Let me see if they actually did announce something. They said they were going to have something for people today. That was 3 hours ago, and they still haven't got anything cool to show. Oh well. No, you do not. You don't need to complete it. All you need to do is be able to fly out into orbit. You need to basically fly to a system that isn't got a quest active. I've got 1 million quests, so good luck for me to find one that's active. Doesn't have anything active. You need to have a good time. You need to be around level 35, 38. The enemies are around that level, apparently, from what I've heard, and that's it. That's all you need. It kind of takes place in, because the way Starfield is designed, even when you complete the game and go through Unity, which I have yet to do, you kind of just repeat around in circles. You go around in alternate universes. I've heard about people joking about that, Steve. That's a joke, right? Friends of Liberty. Let's do some video clips on that. Friends of Liberty, because my kids actually are really looking forward to this, and they may actually start covering it on their YouTube channel at some point. I know it's been available early access, but it's changed quite a bit. But it is not Warhammer. It is a MMO. Is there anything to do, like a trailer or something? No, that was 2 years ago. Alright, let's check this one out, I guess. Alright. Microsoft, do not demonetize me, please. I have said please. Alright, here we go. Hey, Sin, how's it going? We'll have to... I mean, they'll probably nominate Destiny, right? For Best Ongoing Game of the Year. You know what? I didn't even realize Epic Mickey was out. I know Steve mentioned it. It's not a joke, Steve. Jesus, what happens if you just? What is it for anyway? What is that for? 30 hours about? I don't even get it. But anyway, here is a Throne and Liberty claim the Throne launch trailer for Xbox.
The throne, irresistible to those who seek supreme power. Once held by my noble king, only to fall, like so many others, into the fires of betrayal.
What did you do, Devin?
But from the ashes of legends rises the hope of those to come. Forging new bonds and finding new strength. We formed a great resistance by uniting the strongest guilds to avenge our fallen king. And like the fearless fighters today, we marched with our hero to reclaim Silesia and rebuild liberty anew.
It looks cool.
Now it's your time to join the battle. How will you claim your throne?
First, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Devin. I guess you've made me extend my stream for a little while longer. That was just mean. Mean, I tell you. But thank you very much. I appreciate that, dude. I guess it's time to get the pirate suit on. We got the 5 gifted subs for Sin. We got it for Jonas the Dad, Weapon X, Talos Re. It never tells me who the first one is, though. And I don't know why the notifications didn't come up. They should have came up. But it doesn't tell me who the first one is. Crimson Desert looks really good, but it's the other one that I'm looking forward to. Give me a sec. Let me, since we've extended my... Give me a sec. I guess that can go there now. 5 gifted subs mean, you know what it means, chat. You know what it means, chat. 5 gifted subs. He just had to do it. He just had to do it. Handsome Jack was the other? Thank you very much for that. One sec. One sec. God, this is... Army laddies! How goes it? How goes it? Let's put this here. I have no idea where the kids put my eye patch, so I think I'm going to have to leave the eye patch out for today, maybe because I can actually see something. Crimson Desert, you said, right? Oh no, here it is. Let's do the full shebang. Now I'm partially blind too. Oh, you mean the Asmongold one? Do you know what? Actually, I'm wondering where my parrot is. I forgot I even ordered that from Amazon. Crimson Desert online gameplay. But there was the Vindictus one that looks really cool as well. So there's this. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. You have me thanks, laddie.
Are those the kids over there? the townsfolk will suffer his deathly wrath. The spirit will
Wait,
punish
Crimson
us
Desert
all.
wasn't online, was it?
Oh.
It changed to a single player.
What? This don't concern you, outsider.
Where are
It's Jon
the
Snow.
kids?
He's here to take the spirit's children.
It's Jon
Kill
Snow.
him quick before we incur his wrath. We cannot let him take the children. Stop!
I mean, I think this looks better than Friends of Liberty. My dude's doing wrestling.
Where are the kids?
You got any idea what you're doing?
Do you know what, Bags?
The spirit will punish us
I
all.
agree. These games do female characters
Right
right.
on! The spirit of the mountain! Over there! They've all gone and doomed ourselves!
Shit.
Hey, there's the female character, Bags. 10 out of 10 diversity. You wanted a female character? There you go. No, this is Crimson Desert. I've been interested in this for a while. The Black Desert is the one that's online. How long before people start saying this is a Dragon's Dogma 2 Pro? Hey, with Black Desert, they make some good looking female characters too. Yeah, it's Unreal Engine 5. I think the East now just pretty much just focus only on Unreal Engine 5. They want their games to look good. Man, he's getting messed up. He's dead. Mate, how is he still alive? I haven't played DK in like 2 weeks now. I'll check it out. Is it that bad? Ventura, do you remember Blade and Soul? He got a broken spine. Walking off. Mate, how is he still alive after all of that?
Titaniums.
remember when that game came out on PC for the first time. I joined the crew and there was this guy. He spent so much money on that game, and then quit it like 2 weeks later. He didn't live up to his expectations, mainly because it didn't work on PC. You know what, Steve? Just for that statement, I am going to play this game on stream to prove you wrong. Just for that statement, I am going to prove you wrong. I am going to get to the 11th minute and then never play.
See why the bandits were scared to death.
Is that it? Is that the end of the trailer? Yeah, 7 minutes. That was the gameplay. Is there anything else? I'm not watching 50 minutes of early gameplay. We've got the official. Is this the same boss? No, it might be something different. This was another trailer. I mean, their games look good, man. But I can't actually. There we go. It's a Crimson Desert.
The place.
Yeah, we can't watch the full 50 minutes on stream. Black Desert's a different game. Black Desert is the online. I didn't mind Black Desert. I actually thought it was a decent game, but the grind on Black Desert is ridiculous. It's mental. Hey, what's up, music? Mate, it's not even about Shattered Space Devastator. It's about a PS5 Pro. They lost their plot. They're trying to compare a handheld console price point to a PS5 Pro. They've gone full bellend.
I have come to claim your head. Show yourself, coward.
Actually, do you want to know what's my favorite game I played this year so far?
You're certainly not the first to run.
I actually know what my favorite game I played this year so far is. It had good graphics, it had a good story, and great voice acting.
When no sons were left of his noble line.
Now, I uninstalled that. I didn't have time for it in the end. But that has some good physics.
One look at my legless face.
Snowbreak has some good physics. No, it's not Astro Boy. It's a game called Still Wakes the Deep. I think that was so far this year my most enjoyable game. I really enjoyed that game. Still Wakes the Deep. I hope it gets like a nomination or an award or something, because that game for me was just phenomenal. The voice acting, the dialogue, everything was just really damn good. Yeah. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it for my collection because I enjoyed it so much. Still Wakes the Deep. Yeah, it's a really good game back. It's so good.
Like a noose upon me.
By the way, for Halloween, I'm thinking of playing Alien Isolation. What do you think? Or do you think there's a better game to play? It will be over at Twitch, so feel free to follow me over at Twitch. As we try to get partner over there, shameless plug. Link in the description below. But I'm thinking that might be a good game to play on Halloween. I've also seen Poppy release a part 2 and part 3 as well. Game time is halfway.
You enjoy my company so much. Let us tarry a while.
Alien Isolation is perfect. This is probably 2025. It's getting close. But either my dude is really weak, or he's doing no damage whatsoever. Mate, he's just... He needs to just do a drop kick just to finish it off. I haven't played the Alan Wake DLC yet. But I don't count DLCs as Game of the Year. That's another question, right, chat? Should DLCs be allowed to get Game of the Year? A lot of people say no. Some people say yes. What do you reckon? At the end of the day, they could just release the DLC and charge you like a full, you know, as a standard game if they really wanted to. There you go, dropkick. Oh.
Why would you die? Care to guess? The musk. Well, now that my secret has come to light, this dance shall resume some other day. Running again. Allow this poor man a brief respite, and look to your own health as well, until we meet again.
They look good. There's a number of these coming though, right? There's the other one as well, Vindictus something? Defying Fate, that's the one. Which one should we look at? Let's go with this one. This one's another one similar to that that's coming. This one had a little bit of mixed reactions, but this is another one. I mean, there's a load of these type of games coming. What do you mean, Steve? Damn. Well, at least you know this one hasn't been influenced by the West. Ten out of 10? Andre. Gears could never. Yeah. John, this is the thing. A lot of these games are now coming out. The same style of games, same kind of genre, same thing. This is pretty much like Crimson Desert as well. There's really no difference to this. The only difference that's going to be between this and Crimson Desert is probably going to be the very minimal story that's going to be in there. Dude is... Oh, don't do this to me now. Okay. Just my internet having a brain fart. I mean, at least she's got the right armor on, right? This is Vindictus Defying Fate. This is going to be on PC and console day one. It's not online, it's a single player game. They've promised no pay to win. They've promised no buying of equipment. All you can do is buy skins. Mate, I wish I had Tesco's internet. At least it would be better. Man, I can't wait for them to offer me a place. I'm so sick of this area. I mean, the area is nice, but... she ain't gonna fit. No way. Yeah, that's right. Steve. I think the biggest thing that I heard people complaining about, that there was no enemy variety. They all kind of looked the same. Who's looking at the enemies? But yeah, so there's a few games of this, you know, like Crimson Desert that are coming. You might want to heal. I mean, you got combos. I mean, you don't have leg drops. You got shield bash. You got a nice little combo there with a kick. You got a roundhouse kick. You got a free hit combo there. I'm sure as the game goes on, you unlock more anyway. More skills and more stuff to do. At the moment, they're just showcasing the character, clearly. Needs wrestling moves? Yeah, I reckon that would probably do it. Needs a chainsaw lancer. The Beastmen have arrived! But yeah, this is a 15-minute video. I'll link it in chat if you guys want to check it out. It's a good, you know, it's another game that's coming. Yeah, this is very early. This is alpha footage as well. And to be fair, for an alpha, it's quite polished. Doesn't look choppy for me. Any other game you guys want to check out? She's in high heels too. That's ridiculous. Hey, Sandra. This is your Gears E-Day? I knew it, Steve. I knew it. As you can see, all the enemies are just the same. Just a little bit different with a little bit different color. But again, it's alpha, so I kind of expect that. But yeah, so anything else you guys wanted to check out before? Jiggles of War, pretty much. Pretty much. There's nothing on Tempest Rising at the moment. Nothing. So the 6-hour completion for Shattered Space is if you don't do any side quests, if you don't speak to any other NPC, and you just don't go sightseeing, don't go any exploring, if you just follow the main path from beginning to the end, it's a 6-hour game. It's a 6-hour update. You know, I've heard about Rise, Son of Rome for a bit. I don't know, actually. Rise, Son of Rome 2. There's nothing really here to indicate that it's coming. There's a rumor as of 2021. 2021, there was a rumor. I mean, this is the only thing I've got here. Rise 2 cancelled. Apparently, Rise 2 was cancelled because of a conflict between Crytek and Microsoft over who would own the rights to the franchise. I think at the moment Microsoft owns the rights, and Crytek got annoyed about that, I think. Or they wanted the intellectual property for it, something like that. The Fate one. I've got a video up on it, Brick, on my other channel. I've had a go on it. The Battle Royale game. It's actually alright for an early alpha. It's alright. It's there's some stuff with it. I agree with Aztecross that, you know, the map is too big. But overall, it's pretty good. I enjoyed it. The new Yakuza game? What was it called again? Pirate something, right? Pirates in Hawaii. Alright. Is it only where's the Xbox one? There we go. That's the announced trailer. Is it like Expedition 33? Not really heard anything about it yet. Nothing else has come out. I'm showing it. You can. Because I can see it on my screen. You want to watch Lost in Random Internal Die? Yeah, watch after this one. Saints Row? Why'd you say that?
ただただ水がありがたくてのあんなうまいもん生まれて初めてやったどんな高い酒でもあれに
You see? Eye patch. Eye patch. You see?
そのうちだんだん頭に浮かんできた
Same eye too.
なんで俺はこんな砂浜で寝とったんや思い出せへんいやそもそもの話俺は誰や名前も思い出せへんちゅうてな案外悪なかったやんで生まれ変わったみたいで結構気分なんや
Is there any gameplay to this?
ほんでもまあそれもすぐあの連中にぶち壊されるんやけどな。なあ少年、ここどこや？
ここはリッチ島だよ。ハワイの近く。
ハワイかいな。
おじさん、隠れて。
あれ海賊かいな。
I mean, if you squint enough, he does, Steve. And how do you know what he identifies as?
逃げろやの。
おじさん。
ネレ島？溜め込んだ原発ゴミは近くの海に放射能を垂れ流してやがった。それがバレて騒ぎになったのがだいたい半年前で、最近日本からヤクザが100人島のゴミは安全に
You
処
see
理
that?
すると申し出
Woodpit
てきた。
gets it.
じゃあネレ島におじさんの仲間がいるってこと？
固めの日本人ヤクザ、ここにも来たんだろ。とぼけんなって、本当に知らないんだよ。なあジェイソン、お前んとこのガキといたんだよ。固めのヤクザはどこにいる？あ？俺は売られた喧嘩買っただけやで。
行きたいのはネレ島だったな。船の行き先決めんのは船長の仕事だ。もしあんたが名乗りを上げるなら、前の船長を倒した男だし。
You identify as a pelican?
資格ありだぜ。
すごいじゃんおじさん。
Duet Night Abyss is anime Warframe.
悪くない響きやの。なんやあの船。
マッドランティスってとこから来てんだよ。ギャングとかマフィアのたまり場の島。
こっちも行くで。準備せえ。取りかじいっぱい。
エスペランサの財
It's
宝って
crazy.
聞いたことないか。それを探してるってじいさんがマッドランティスに来てたんだ。
You see? He's also a pirate, Steve.
よっしゃ、野郎ども出航準備や。マッドランティスに行くで。おい、なんだこりゃ。どうする船長。ひとまず逃げるか。マッドランティスの洗礼っちゅうことかの。手洗い歓迎やないかい。
マッドランティスはいくつかの犯罪組織で運営されてる。そのうち一番でかいのがクイーン・ミシェルってバーサの組織だ。
Gameplay looks crazy. Hey, it's Dimitrescu.
我が王国マッドランティスへ。
ちゅうわけで記憶喪失で目覚ましてたったの2日、俺は海賊の船長になって海にこぎ出した。行く手に待ち受ける数々の冒険はお宝をめぐる戦争になっていくわけ。
ねえ、
Lost in random eternal
目標
biome.
を決めない？
目標？
例えば伝説の海賊を目指すとかはどう？
伝説の海賊か。
And you can jump in this game too.
俺ら五郎海賊団は伝説の海賊団を目指すで。
What Skull and Bones should have been. The game you mentioned was Lost in Random Eternal. What is this? Presenting the next chapter. I think I got like 50, 60,000 gamer score on Xbox.
What in random? We're not dead, Fortune.
A dice wielder. Oh, luck has finally turned.
Anyway, what you having? Let's make this one count.
I feel like this is a game Taz would like. Well, it's coming to Game Pass. So that's kind of cool. I knew Taz would like it. That was right up his street. Also, what happened with Sifu being a PlayStation 5 exclusive? Starbites? I don't think they didn't. It was PlayStation exclusive. Pretty sure. Almost positive.
다 죽어가는 행성이라 멀쩡한 게 하나 없다니까. 괜찮아, 괜찮아. 여행을 떠나는 건 언제나 즐거우니까.
This looks interesting. This is a PvEVP game, right? This is an extraction shooter. No, this is an RPG. Wrong game. I'm thinking the wrong game.
다 함께 가자.
전술대로 움직이자.
Yeah, it was the other one that was the extraction shooter.
그러고 보니 행성 어딘가에 바다도 있다고 했었지.
정말? 와, 보물 찾기다.
조만간 멀리 나갈 일이 생길지도 모르겠어.
스타바이츠.
My favorite one was this one. This to me just looks so damn good.
I saw you long before your quest began, hero.
Yeah, Sensuality, that's the one.
Before you threw open the doors of
I love the transition from anime to
and turned the world on its head.
pixel art.
Let me show you a glimpse of what I saw.
I'm looking forward to this. Really looking forward to this. This one I'm just super excited for. It looks so good. Have a good night, dude. Of course he has.
Prepare to remake history.
I know, this game looks really good to me. Have a good night, gaming. Chat, we've had 1,000 views tonight and only 53 likes. Oh, the audacity of it. But no, in all seriousness, Brick, you still there? I think I've just seen the character that you were talking about, Quincy, Escape Queen. Why is she in a permanent backbreaking position? What's going on with MBG? It's the highest pre-ordered game on PlayStation as well. It looks like it's going to be a really big game. At least it's the next Toriyama one. But what's wrong with him? Apparently, you can just feel the jealousy here that where people were able to successfully grift this year to the woke DEI discussion, and when MBG attempted to do the same thing, all it did was hurt his channel.
You got me going. But it's hard. It's hard to ignore because I see it everywhere, man. And it gets so overwhelming where it's like, guys, please chill out. But what is the most painful to see, dude, and this is the most painful, is when you see people who garner influence, some kind of power to, I guess, sway people, which I guess we call that influence. When you see people gain this influence, and it's very obvious that, like, dude, you're grifting, bro. Like, you found something that's working for you. It's getting you the views. It's growing your channel or your profile or whatever, and you're making a lot of money off of it. And now you're just tripling, quadrupling down on that, and it will never be questioned because you're making it. You're winning, right? You're winning, and that's what frustrates me because that is what eliminates critical thinking. You get somebody who gets to a place of influence where they remove critical thinking because critical thinking now goes against their livelihood. Critical thinking goes against their climbing of the ladder. So they remove it, but what drives me nuts is that the people who watch them also, they cheer that on. And
he sounds really sorry. Why is he so upset that other people have successfully managed to build a platform through grifting? I mean, at the end of the day, they're only going to grift for a certain amount, right? It's never going to continue. Isn't it better to create a channel that is not built on grifting so it lasts a long time? I don't know. But let's see what else he has to say.
Say, well, wow.
But he's upset.
He's not thinking critically. And look at how big he is. Look at how influential he is. Look at how many people listen to him. So I don't have to think critically either. Wow. Things are so much easier now. That's what pisses me off, because that is what's starting to take over the fucking world, whether anybody knows it or not. And that's where if there's anything that I want to encourage people to do, is don't ever stop thinking critically. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody and take that as that's gospel. That's the truth. That's it right there. No. Listen to what people are saying, then think about it critically. See if it really makes sense to you. Because you might just find that, hold on a second, that person's leaving something important out. Because the truth is, when the people who are part of these hive minds I speak of, when they hear what I'm saying, they immediately jump to, oh, you're one of them. You're one of them. I encourage you, go see what I had to say about Concord. Then come back to me and tell me I'm one of them. But then, on the other side of it...
Is it me, or is he trying too hard? Is it me, or is he really trying really, really hard? It just feels like he's trying so hard. Look, there are some people who can go out there and they can grift like no other. Like, oh no, it's Alex, right? He will give it as good as he can, and he does a good job in entertaining people. Then there's people like me who suck at it, which is why I don't do it. I mean, I will mock, these guys, because these guys are stupid, right? When you got people like this comparing a handheld console to a PS5 Pro, and they've literally all come out of the stables. I mean, this one is asking where a disk drive is for this one. I mean, that's literally brain rot at that point. When you've got idiots like this, I get it. It's super easy. Like, anyone at this point can turn around and laugh at these idiots because they're all collectively stupid. They don't actually create a brain cell among them. But he's really trying hard here. Some people have it, some people don't. I think he's wrong here. I think he's barking up the wrong tree. That's my opinion.
When I was talking about Concord, and then, it's like, oh, I guess you're one of them now too. One of what? Oh, you're one of the brain dead, brain rotted, just everything's woke, the woke hive mind and whatnot. And it's like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm not just taking a bunch of shit and grouping it all together and putting a piece of tape over it and labeling it woke DEI. Because that's what everybody's starting to do. Just like on the other side of that spectrum, taking all that shit, putting it together and labeling it racist, homophobic, misogynistic. It's not that simple. And anybody who walks around thinking it's that simple, unfortunately, they've been bamboozled, man. They've been bamboozled because somebody out there is making money off of your either lack of self-awareness or lack of critical thinking.
Yeah, I think he's just trying too hard. I just think he's salty. Honestly, I just think he is genuinely jealous. This is what I was talking about, right? So everyone knows Tripster, right? He's a sad fanboy. Biggest flop of the year, Starfield. Shattered Space. This is someone that I'm good friends with. He's a PlayStation fanboy. But this is what I mean. You've got level-headed ones out there. Calling Shattered Space a flop after Concord shut down in less than 2 weeks after release with a rumored budget of $400 million is screaming comic relief syndrome. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, MBG isn't bad. I think sometimes he has some silly takes. Sometimes he has some weird takes. But there's times where he just tries too hard, and I don't think he needs to. He doesn't really need to go down that route. I think, honestly, he's fine. He just doesn't need it. Susano, yeah, they're not going to get very far. They've got their own cloud structure. The CMA is just going to knock it away. At the end of the day, there's just no real reason for it. They're just concerned. Well, if there's stuff to talk about, then that's fine. He streams for like an hour a day, right? Or is it like 2 hours a day? As opposed to I stream for like 3-4 hours. So he kind of picks like a couple of topics and then just sits in front of the camera and then just talks. And that's not a bad way to do things, because it just means you can think. And as long as that's working for him and that's making, he's getting the memberships and the super chats and whatnot, if that's his full-time job, then that's fine. If he can make a living off it and that's, he can make a salary that was reliable. I mean, I remember he started asking people to start, dropping memberships and dropping all sorts of stuff for him. I remember he went down that route, and that's probably not the route you want to go down. If people want to support you, let them support you. If they don't and they just want to turn up, that's still support. So I totally agree with that in that respect. But, at the end of the day, it's a hustle, right? If you can pull it off and make a living off it and make, enough to make it your full-time job, that's all that matters. So I don't hold anything against him for streaming. I mean, how many days a week does he stream? Microsoft has never viewed Sony as real competition. Well, they have viewed them as competition, but never on the scale of what they're on. So he streams like 2 times a day? That's crazy. But you know what? If it's able, if he's, I think what he's trying to do at the moment is emulate what Reforge is doing. Reforge picks a topic and he will only talk about that topic in that stream. And then later on in the evening, he will have another stream where he picks another topic and only talk about that. I think he's trying to do the same thing. And as long as it's actually bringing in revenue, that's all that matters. But again, if he doesn't get no memberships, no super chats, or donations, or anything like that, he would stop. He would have to stop because he's getting no return. It's really that simple. You need a return in order to continue. I don't really see him doing YouTube videos. in terms of, I mean, I think he used to do them, but I don't see him doing it anymore. That kind of stopped for him quite some time ago. And Chille, if you're still here, I don't know if you're here. Chime in if you are still here. Because I do have some news for you in case you wasn't aware. But yeah, I don't begrudge him. I don't begrudge him at all. Dude, you gotta do what you gotta do to get that money coming in, right? Like I said, if the money's coming in and he's getting the super chats and the donations coming in and people are supporting his channel in that way, why not? It's what pays the bills.
I want to point this out. There's this post on Twitter that went.
He's referring to this post, by the way. Ants, male, female, male, female, male, female, male, female. And this is what I was saying earlier. Like, everything is turning into girl boss. But let's see what he says. Hey, Raging Silver. When people donate 5 gifted subs, I wear my pirate outfit. My headset is dying. It's my way of doing something when 5 people do 5 gifted subs. No. That other video, Cesano, was all about him getting upset with him. He was getting upset that other people can grift and make a lot of money off it and make big bucks. And then when he does it, it hurt his channel. When a few months ago, when I spoke about it a little bit, it really damaged my channel personally. And so I stopped talking about it entirely. At the end of the day, you know, it wasn't worth ruining my channel over. I had my views, and I'll go with it. Now I don't give a shit. Personally, I just say what I want to say, and that's it. If people want to unsub, whatever, I don't care anymore. That's the stage I'm at now. But at the time, I can totally understand. You put, you know, a lot of time and effort into building your channel, and then suddenly you say one thing that you believe in, and then you lose like 200-300 subs. It hurts. It is not hot here today. It's not that simple, Dubs. And I totally get him as well. It's not that simple. At the end of the day, I mean, now I just don't care because it is what it is. And I'm just going to say what I need to say. And if people like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. My attitude is I've kind of gotten past that block. And if people unsub, they unsub. But if this is, like, I've got a job. I've got a full-time job that right now kind of sustains me. If this is his full-time job, he cannot afford to do that. Right? If this is his full-time job, he cannot afford to do that because him losing... I mean, there was, I think, someone in his chat got so annoyed with him who was a platinum subscriber and, you know, just said he's done because he just couldn't be bothered with his views and didn't like it. And he lost a platinum subscriber. It was a big thing about a week ago that he was upset about. It is what it is. I know people that do that, Brick, and it's not good for your channel because those subs actually, if people don't return to your channel, it actually hurts your channel a lot, more than you realize. So what's going on here? What's this about? So this is the tweet. Let's see why he's been triggered by it.
And kind of viral with 2.3 million views. And it
Is it 2.3 million views? It is. Oh shit. Okay. But this is Cabrutus. He's kind of now this.
I want to point this out.
Spearheading
There's
that
this
shit.
post on Twitter that went kind of viral with 2.3 million views. And it was this guy, Cabrutus or whatever. And there's a picture here. And on the left side, it says before. On the right side, it says after. On the left side for before, we have Ratchet from Ratchet & Clank, Joel from The Last of Us, Jin Sakai from Ghost of Tsushima, and Nathan Drake from Uncharted. And on the right side, where it says after, we have Rivet from Ratchet & Clank, Ellie and Abby from The Last of Us, Atsu from Ghost of Yote, and Chloe Nadine. And this person says, next it's going to be Kratos, just wait for it, PlayStation fans. And see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when it's like, let's take a closer look. Okay? Let's take a closer look. So we have Ratchet and Rivet. Before and after. Before it was Ratchet, after it's Rivet. Last I checked, if you go play Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, they have equal screen time. You play just as much as Ratchet as you do Rivet. Last I checked, if you look at the history of Ratchet and Clank, there's, I don't even know, I've lost track how many games starring Ratchet. We're just gonna pretend that, yeah, that this character doesn't have 8 games. We're gonna pretend that it's this problematic. This is what I mean, dude. It's now problematic to offer a female Lomb.
I don't get it. Why is he getting so triggered? Like, this dude's whole thing is to try and trigger people, try and get people to follow him so he can make more money. I genuinely don't believe he gives a shit about any of this stuff. He just found a following, a cult following that will follow him and help him make money. I don't believe for a second that he actually believes half the shit he's saying. Why is he even getting triggered over someone like this or an image like this? I get that it's setting a precedent to certain things, but why are you getting frustrated over it?
To get more female gamers interested in the Ratchet and Clank series. That's a problem now. And like, listen, even if they want to give Rivet her own game, as long as they're like, hey, we're not getting rid of Ratchet. Like, I mean, you can't get rid of Ratchet. He's basically like, he's partially a PlayStation mascot. You can't just get rid of Ratchet. Like, he will be there. But it's like, what is the problem, dude? If you play Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, the game where this character is introduced, you play as them equally.
Now, Susano, what would be woke in that would be if they gender swapped, I forgot her name now, Samus, to a dude and then named the dude Samus. That would probably be woke. You don't need to gender swap or anything. Just create new characters. Leave the original existing characters alone. They don't need changing. They don't need modifying. If all the male characters get changed to female, then there's no balance, right? There's literally no balance music. You need a bit of a balance. So that I'd say there's a point. You know, you need a balance. But at the moment, there is no balance. Straight dudes just don't get the roles anymore. God damn it. Music? What the hell? Oh, you're mean, man. Leave the poor guy alone.
It's just like, how are people getting this upset? Now we look at The Last of Us, before Joel, after Ellie and Abby. I think it's unfair to put Ellie there because before it wasn't just Joel. Before it's Joel and Ellie. But this one, I'm kind of 50-50 on.
Exactly like that.
I definitely
think that's
have
absolutely stupid, and that should not.
I wanted to see more with Joel,
music
for sure.
That was
and
I
would love if they would do something. I don't think they will, but it would be cool if they like did like a prequel where it's like Joel and his brother. And I'm not gonna lie, like Joel's one of my favorite characters. But I've accepted like you play as Joel in The Last of Us. You get to experience his story. You get to experience his story with Ellie and them surviving and making it and going on that journey. And the sequel is basically about, here are the two people whose lives were most affected by Joel's actions in the first game. And Joel's still in the second game, you know? So it's like, okay, whatever. Definitely not a fan of Abby, though. I'm not going to lie. Like, if like The Last of Us Part 3 is like, you're playing The Last of Us Part 3 starring Abby, I'm good. I'm going to do exactly what Cobb Sanity does, and I'm just going to be like, I'm out, bro.
I don't know. I just think he's trying too hard, and he doesn't need to. My dude gets like
Ghost of I'm not even going
viewership as I do.
to acknowledge the Ghost of Tsushima thing again because it's just like we already discussed this. Jin Sakai's story is over. People are acting like Jin Sakai is a character he's had like, you know, like there isn't closure for this character. And then Uncharted, same thing, dude. I don't know. I can see why people like, I can understand why developers get frustrated and they want to start pissing these people off. Like, I understand that. That's not the right answer.
See, I don't understand that at all. You piss off your audience, your major audience, your big audience, and at the end of the day, they don't buy the game. And guess what happens when they don't buy the game? You're in big trouble, right? Because you're not making any money. So I don't get that at all. That's not the answer. Pissing off your gaming audience is not the right answer. And dude, his contrast is really high.
Answer though. But I understand like the game developers who see this shit and they see just how shitty these players, these fans can be. This to me is the shit that's got to stop, man. Where it's like being more accepting of some female characters and female leads isn't going to lead to all characters now being female. I don't know if that's something that people need to be told because I feel that that's something that should be very obvious, but I don't know.
Yeah, I just think he's trying too hard.
My struggle here is I don't mean to come off combative, and I want to make that clear. I think when people hear me, and I tend to get this sound in my voice where like I come off like, I mean, obviously I'm coming off like annoyed and man, you know, like what is this nonsense? But I'm not combative. Like, again, if you see that picture and you see the before and the after, and you feel uncomfortable, angry, annoyed, offended, whatever it might be, then my suggestion is then don't buy or play PlayStation games anymore. Don't support Sony anymore. Go buy the games that star the male characters. Go buy the games.
What?
And if
Say
you
that
feel like
again?
you want to fight, I don't mean to come off combative. And I want to make that clear. I think when people hear me, and I tend to get this sound in my voice where like I come off like, I mean, obviously I'm coming off like annoyed and man, you know, like what is this nonsense? But I'm not combative. Like, again, if you see that picture and you see the before and the after and you feel uncomfortable, angry, annoyed, offended, whatever it might be, then my suggestion is then don't buy or play PlayStation games anymore. Don't support Sony anymore.
The people are upset
Go
with
buy the
what they're
games
doing?
that star the male characters. Go buy the games. And if you feel like you want to fight for those characters, go ahead. But it's going to be an uphill battle. And I'll tell you why it's going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be an uphill battle because there are sound reasons why these characters, there's a very good reason why you're not going to play as Nathan Drake in the next Uncharted game. There's a very good reason why you're not going to play as Joel in the next Last of Us game.
Well, yeah,
And
Joel, I get he's dead. Nathan Drake kind of quit. He retired. But what happens if they kind of, you know, his daughter went gallivanting into a place and then she went missing and then you got a message come through. He's not going to go on one last hurrah to, you know, save his daughter? Don't be stupid. There are easy ways for them to bring Nathan Drake back. I mean, the one I just mentioned is probably the most easiest one.
say that as somebody who would have liked to play as Joel again in a future Last of Us game, but if you play The Last of Us Part 2, that's what they decided to do. And I was not entirely happy with it, but it is what it is. Not every game I play with every character is going to go the exact way I want it to go. If you look at Ghost of Yotei, again, Sucker Punch explains to you perfectly, like, this is a new character 300 years later. Jin's story's done. Beginning, middle, and end. Put a bow on it.
Jin had more to tell. Are you telling me no one here wants to know what becomes of Jin Sakai after he's well, I don't know if you watched the ending. I'm not going to ruin the ending because I know some people have just got it on PC, but at the end you need to make a choice. The obvious choice is the correct choice, but no one wants to really know what happened next with Jin Sakai. There was so much they could have done with Jin. They just chose not to. I don't think it is. I mean, there was some golf playing there, Ghosty. Definitely some golf playing. It wasn't with a golf ball, though. Well, I mean, technically, it depends what you call a golf ball. And how big your definition for a golf ball can actually go. No, I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to release 3 different Ghost games based in 3 different eras. So you've got Ghost of Tsushima, then you've got 300 years later, it's Ghost of Yotei, and then 300 years later, it's going to be the final one. I think it's going to be a trilogy. So, it's done.
And I'm not even going to acknowledge the Ratchet and Rivet. That one's ridiculous, bro. I'm not even going to acknowledge
But you have
Ratchet and Rivet. That's.
And this is the thing. By acknowledging it, you give it power. By acknowledging it, you give it purpose. And that's why I don't like acknowledging this sort of shit. I don't like really badgering on about it because it's just stupid. The less power, the less voice you give it, the less relevance it will get. To me, that's how it's always been. But hey, it is what it is, right? I mean, that's one way of looking at it, Bullets, yeah. I'm just going to play the new Ghost of Yotai as a game and enjoy it as a game. I'm not going to be psychoanalyzing it in any way, shape, or form because they're just video games. I assure you, there is no blue hedgehog that can run that fast. Yeah, Ghosty's he's going for it. But folks, I think I don't really see anything else for me to cover in here. There's a bunch of oh, this is interesting. Just as I was about to end. Switch emulator Ryujinx goes offline entirely after creator gets an offer from Nintendo they cannot refuse. If there's one way to stop something, throw money at it. Nintendo paid the dude $2.4 million to stop making this emulator work with future games. I mean, that's a small dip in the pond for Nintendo, but dude's made for life. Yeah, they actually bought the guy out. And I can see them doing the same for the other guy as well. They're going to go and give him money as well. And then that emulator isn't going to get uploaded. They're setting a dangerous precedent here, though, with offering people money. But if they just buy the people making emulators out, that's it. Nintendo emulation is gone. Dubs, the other one's going to get bought out as well. This is only the beginning. Nintendo's going to do everything it can to stop it. Yep. Bye-bye emulation. It's over. Completely. For Switch. Did anyone enjoy Lords of Fallen? Because apparently part 2 is being announced. And it's coming 2026, according to the latest reports. So if you enjoyed Lords of Fallen, have fun with that one. That's the thing. Hey, it's 2026. What do you mean already? Nothing for Destiny Mobile. Probably won't hear anything on Destiny Mobile for a while. Not for a while. That's what I'm thinking, Ventura. And not really. I didn't, Dubs. I don't really know that much about it in order to talk about it. I just know that the developer, there's been all sorts going on there, and it's been rather stupid. And they've pretty much killed their own company, which is a GG, if you ask me, because stupid comes in all shapes and sizes. Now, there was something that someone sent me. I think Byron may have sent me something right at the beginning of the stream. We can close off with that if you want. It's this over here. Apparently Baldur's Gate 3 got a small little video. You guys want to check it out? I don't know what this is. Apparently it's funny, especially if you've played Baldur's Gate. Only one way to put an end to it. They're going to have to beat this evil at its own game. Alright, let's do it. This will be the last thing I check out tonight. But yeah, like I said with MBG, you know, at the end of the day, that's his living, I'm guessing, because I don't see him doing anything else if he's streaming twice a day. And if it is his living streaming twice a day, honestly, he could stream as long as he's getting the payments in. I don't blame him streaming like 6 days a week. I'm surprised he doesn't do 7 days a week, honestly. At the end of the day, if the green is coming in, it motivates you to do more. It motivates you to be better. It motivates you to push further. It's just the way it is.
No, Mumsy. I don't want to go to school today.
Wake up, you idiot! We're surrounded!
What?
Why are they so big?
I'll take care of this.
Run away!
I must still be dreaming.
This is no dream.
What the hell is going on?
Is anyone following anything happening here? I'm so lost.
Whose foul magics are at work here?
If I had to guess, that guy's.
Why, hello! Hope you like what I've done to the place.
Is this their way of introducing they're doing mods in
Enough
games?
of this. You will rue the day you stepped foot here, wizard.
Ooh, churros!
Oof. That's going to hurt tomorrow. There's only one way to put an end to this. We're going to have to beat him at his own game.
Nice.
Let's do this.
Uh-oh. Come and get me!
You monster!
Not so fast!
Huh? Scruff, foul sorcerer! You have gone too far!
And that's the end of that chapter. Oh my.
I guess they just advertise that they're getting mod support. I have to get the game now. Yeah, this is official. Baldur's Gate 3. Those rabbits can only be defeated with Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Yep. It's official. Yeah, I think you kind of need to play it in order to understand what the hell's going on. But yeah. There was a lot of references in there. Yeah, I didn't get any of them. I haven't played it. I mean, I tried it. It wasn't for me. I gave up. That was me done. I moved on. And that was the end of that. Damn. Starfield Shattered Space DLC launches to mixed reviews. Main story is only 15 hours long. Only 15 hours. 15 hours is a decent chunk. Although it has taken them a whole year to do it. Hopefully now that they've got the tools, they can push out updates faster. I mean, it depends. I mean, is it a DLC or an expansion? I think they called it an expansion, right? And 1 year for a whole DLC, I think, is a bit long. Then again, it depends how many people they've got running, you know, the actual update, working on the update. But, alright, chat, that's going to be it for me for today. Hopefully we'll have some stuff to talk about on Thursday. If not, maybe I'll turn it into a kind of chill gaming stream. I'm not sure. See what happens. But yeah, at the moment, that's going to be it. I don't know. I guess when I hear the word expansion, I get spoiled because when I play Final Fantasy 14 expansions, they're usually about 40 hours long. So I kind of get spoiled with it. Kevin, you've got to be into those kind of D&D tabletop type games in order to enjoy it, I'm guessing. It's not for everyone. Some people will like it, some people won't. But remember, chat, never go full PlayStation. You never go full PlayStation. Thanks so much for hanging out, folks. And I'll see you on Thursday. Those that want to check out or hang out tomorrow over at Twitch, I will be streaming Shattered Space. So hopefully I will see you there tomorrow. Otherwise, see you on Thursday. Peace out, folks. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe if you're new to the channel.